There's not really what it's supposed to do. I'm not surprised actually. You guys could prop them up or something.
I'm on the yoga table, I literally touch like leg in the middle.
You would open
Okay.
Okay, they're all standing, everyone look. Nice and standing, people appreciate it.
You may have a problem. This isn't
Just watch the video again.
No, I've got it. It's up.
You reckon?
Yeah, quality's really bad.
Well, that's not really well. This is from the phone.
Yeah. Honestly, it would probably be better if we did the whole thing from the laptop.
Well, let's do it from the laptop then.
Yeah.
So this is from the 3G.
Peter, this is what we've got.
That's good.
That is very good, yeah. How do you want this placed? This?
That's give me your
I'll put the link on the GNS page.
if you send it to the account.
Great. In the GNS, or the sorcerer, put it into one of the phases and say until like the event starts.
The table name, Exodus.
Great job.
Is it looking good?
It looks okay.
Massive picture of face right now.
We do.
Great. Well,
It was up and then where we
no. It's like a couple of seconds behind. You wait, but it should come back.
No, it was right. Okay, what did you just say?
Nothing. It should come back.
Okay.
Right now. There we go. So see, that's a few seconds.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay. See, and we're hearing stuff from a few seconds ago. I'm going to pan in a bit.
Jan.
What?
Strong man.
I will be your strong hand.
Very much, Pete.
No problem.
would take it. I would take the piano. I would take the piano. Seems to be working.
Okay. You know what, I'll just put this into charge.
Thanks very much. I can stop screaming.
Placing those are cool.
Right. Sounds nice. Is it your speakers?
Yes, it is. I'll mute those. A few more minutes because there's a delay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Well done, Denny.
Are you putting names?
Everybody, help me.
You mute.
What?
You muted them, yeah.
Yeah, I'm using my
Right. Nice, nice.
There's no full screen button, is there? Oh dear.
Okay.
Your speakers and not being terribly good.
That's also possible. Probable.
Jenny, Jenny's with the tackle again.
Can you have that?
Example of the board.
To the chapel? We have access.
Most tables are, small tables are, sort of large tables are.
It's not very good. That's it. It takes the
It's not.
Okay, so
Well, I think the speech is really too deep. So I think that's the best thing I think to have some updating it. If you want to then back in the yeah, like just continue the speech. This is children's more.
that way much.
Move that this way. Move it more like just this way.
Yeah.
Then it means that it's easier to use those here.
Yeah, the things we read.
That's fine, so then people can do it this way.
Do you have a spare microphone?
Why don't they have cables? So,
Because my microphone is a bit terrible.
okay. Oh yes. Well, in that case, I've got a spare microphone. Yeah. What I meant. Yeah. I do. Do I have a spare cable for it?
Sorry.
So I was going to do the thing.
Right there.
Is this the kind of tech table then?
Yeah, it's class. So I'll probably need it.
How does this work?
Because you have the sorts of rules on this table,
Right.
but
We can possibly. Put that second. There's another small in that corner which probably do. If you like, when you see the small one, that might do.
for text up. No, that's fine. The sorts of rules on that one with actually we could just do there. It's like
Whatever you want.
And if we
Yeah, you can turn that off. There. I mean.
yeah, I'll just yeah, there's a real second delay. That could be caused by my slightly microphone.
I'm sure it's right.
That's the backup anyway. That's not the.
Is it plugged in?
Yeah.
Please wait. Oh. USB audio, blah blah. And H.
Yeah.
Okay, hopefully that'll be better now.
Okay. If I've got some headphones around somewhere, you listen through your laptop.
Probably won't make much of a difference. There's a delay.
But just see that you're getting the audio from that.
I'll listen through. Oh,
Through yours.
wait, hold on. The links on your thing.
Yeah, it does that every now and then for some reason. No, but you're listening to, checking that the audio that's coming out. Can you hear the audio coming out okay?
No.
No.
I'll check through yours if
Check through mine now.
the link comes up.
Right.
Anyway, it's back.
So this is the kind of performance space that they're saying.
Okay, it's working. My microphone.
Okay.
Yeah, we don't really need. We don't need mic. This room's small enough to open here.
No, wait.
Are you want to use that for tech?
Yeah, but we might not then need that one. It wants, we need either this one or that one.
Yeah.
Or, because you put that one on, because he doesn't need a huge table, does he? Or if you stand between them.
Good to have. I think this is good as the kind of like turn to kind of speak from there, but.
Yeah. Well, whatever. So now, sorry.
Well, the thing is actually, if we have him here, then the sauce can just go there. The platter can just go there.
We can take the screen at the same time as.
So is it easier for you to have your that side or this side?
Probably.
Okay.
Well, let's see what it looks like through the camera, because it might be fine. Although it might look a bit far away, but it might be fine. Okay. Get my camera set up and we'll see what it looks like.
And will that'll be okay to pick up the?
That's fine. It should be okay. We'll check.
I mean, I don't know the end.
I mean, no, you're right, yeah. Right now, I need neither.
Some nice hand, like something on a bit of paper saying the link to the YouTube page, so that people who like maybe walk up to this can like.
Well, actually, I was thinking to make a separate paragraph specifically table data and tell like that was what I was thinking of. Where's the cable?
People goes down, but it should be fine.
Don't worry about it, it did a good job. Right, now wait.
I can see you being using it. It was not to find you.
Because you don't look very ginger though. His son is very. Yeah.
Your education.
Nice, very good, very good. Can I ask questions? 7:30 arrival, obviously. 7:30. You're right. You'll then ask us, obviously, 8 o'clock, which is at the beginning for the sausage roll. Patch or something.
Yeah. Not sausage rolls, yeah. What they call.
Right.
I'm going to call the
And then once that's done, then you're going to give it back to us, and then we're going to start. Right. We don't have we're not asking everyone because we've got the dietaries here. We know where the veggies are.
names, so.
Yeah. We'll bring the rolls as well, obviously first, but then we'll get the starters.
Just have to do that.
Finish doing that. And after the starter, I'll be to clear it before we get the 5-minute break entertainment, which I would do.
Yes, that's right. Yes, so yes.
I'll tell you when we.
I'll be sitting.
Which day we are
So
on?
yes, I'm right here. Yeah. Because I don't,
Okay, the window.
Can you sign this?
Well, I can't do this.
Yeah, because it is like a super big
So, then we'll once clear the starter out. You've got 5. Is it 5 minutes or?
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Okay, that's good. After the main course, after the main, I would imagine they could take 5 minutes until I think the main course would be around 35-40. So, do we clear first before you do this?
Yes, I do.
Again, the same thing, clear, don't worry.
Right, the time for like 15 time.
Okay.
Because the whole thing's not time that it needs.
Okay, so 9:15 then, wait until you give us a tip off. If you tell me, then we'll start bring dessert. And then we'll bring dessert and coffee. Again, I'll tell you, dessert and coffee is all everyone has, because it's supposed to come dessert.
Yeah.
And then you can go on with the rest of the stuff then. And then you want some before, after the coffee.
Yes.
Okay, fine. Perfect, thank you very much, sir.
The drinks.
Yeah, the drinks are going to table up there.
Great. So that's drinks for arrival.
Yes. So there are 8 bottles of this, 4 bottles of white, 4 bottles of rosé, which we're going to do up there. So we'll send it around there. Take the coach and the doors are open at that side. So if anyone comes this way, we'll send them that way. Or we can go through that way. Okay. And then when you come down for your meal, we're going to serve your choice of bread or wine.
That's good.
And there was a limit.
Yes, we did. There was 16 bottles.
16, that's right.
Yeah.
So we've been asked to pour it.
Great.
Anyone else?
That's fine. Yeah. Because that's great. Okay, that's brilliant. 4 and 4. I'll need to double check if that's enough. We might need to add a 5th.
Okay. If you do, just let me know. Yes, if we need to.
Great. It's 58. It's about 6.
Yeah, probably no
So
more
we're
than 6.
Yeah, slightly. I think we are slightly short number-wise. It's about. We need 10. All we'll do is we'll leave it to Steve because if you're not drinking.
Yes. If you need it, I'll shut the bar. Get up to 2 more.
Wonderful.
Okay.
Yes.
Better 5.
Yeah, it's interesting. Well, you don't have to do so we'll start. So it's quite yes. When you start with bringing stuff to rules, the reception.
The addresses.
Yes.
The address, that's in calculating.
Yes. So yes, the address is the teacher's going to sing that. Yes. I'll introduce the address. I'm going to do well. And then I'll let people come off this and then you can call. So we're trying to do like so you see because it's an area. So well.
Please do that. What? Please do that. Do that. Like it. Let go. Let go. Yeah. Come on. Let go. Let go. You listen. I can't even more. Let it go. Let it go. Turn away and slam the door. I don't care. Sorry. Suffering. Just if not more, voice is in really bad shape.
You're on
Twice. So you don't know if there's any. There are noise. They're like. There's a table plan so you can actually.
Well, before your table have a bit of an advantage. Ringing.
Can someone
Could you practice what you're going to say? If someone stands if they're giving a speech.
Ladies and
We've got all four of these, and so the long one, fine, and the short one. Okay. So just keep it right now, and then we'll Yes, I tried.
I'd say the short or long. Just tell me where. Keep reading. Look at everything. Where exactly?
Just make it out.
So here, this might interfere with YouTube stream.
On the floor.
So here,
We fell that way.
hold on a minute. Do you mind if I put it under the tripod?
That's fine. Wait, just look at it. And then we'll see where it goes.
Okay, this is as far as it's gonna.
That's helpful.
I might do a bit slide.
Did you learn now?
I'm learning my legs patience.
with this sort of role, where about should we take? Well, in the kitchen. Okay. No, we're going to bring them on the flat. Great. I don't know what the flat is. Great. And then, right, so it's okay to have them, and maybe. Okay. Should he just come up to do so? You should come out so it will be now, so I'll be I'll have them ready in the last meeting. Do you want to no, is that you? So
We'll take it back. What you're going to do, you come to me. I'll give the thing that I'll at this stage. So I got some full screw at actual. Are you checking the voice?
I was just learning my language creations. You know, my language creations. My language creations.
Call testing service. After the beep, please record a message. Afterwards, message will be back to you.
Hey everyone, this is the global brand. My name is Dr. Ian Bradley, and I'd just like to welcome you all from honest. Just give me a card and you guys are doing it.
Correctly. If you hear this message, remove your own voice and sometimes challenge your audio. Please check the microphone settings or visit Skype for more help. Thank you for testing service.
So, right? Can we have two tests, please?
Yeah.
Hello, welcome to the call testing service. Please record a message. Afterwards, your message will be played back to you.
Hello everyone, welcome to the global GNS Day from all corners of the world with Canada, Australia, I don't know about Canada. But
I'm getting Canada, it's fine.
hello everyone, welcome to the global GNS Day from all corners of the world with joined today by Canada.
If you are able to hear your voice, please Skype correctly. If you hear this
If you can hear, then you have
Sorry, scratch that. Yeah. Sorry, let's see it properly.
Right, see.
I just think it's what's the other actually?
Is Dr. here?
Yeah, no. So we like this one.
I think we are. I'm going to tidy up a bit, but I think we're okay.
What's your great. Like, the thing is, I don't really choose but then I've like not heard any opera example like better. I'm actually it goes Ireland, the Mikado higher, and then and the rest.
I want to get something with that.
And it's probably Yeoman too. I haven't heard that music yet, but heard the Yeoman is like very good.
I can display on this.
Did you go check? They're not out.
Is it just start? No.
Are you still in the house? Yeah.
It's like 6 to
So
7.
would you be able to bring a couple of these with you? The my room and you go to my desk, it's the whole desk, they're in my pencil case. It's two of the Christmas seats.
We're now 15%.
That was a good question. Lean silent, so can I play?
You can go. Thank you.
But it's starting.
I do. If you talk about the.
Yeah. Okay. Well,
Like here.
And ready.
Playing today, or we
I believe we are.
It's okay. Hello. Hello, Peter. How's it going?
It's going very well.
I'll talk about the other.
Oh, I'm sorry. Say something.
Hello. Yeah.
Right.
I'm actually Gilbert and Sullivan. Fascinating. Which is highlighted well. And I'm speaking to Chris, who's my radio co-host for this.
Yeah. Thank you.
It was the end of it, wasn't
Hello.
Do you need to be near here when the things happen? Because obviously you'll be sitting right.
Right. Is it nice? Or is that, do I have to speak?
You have an assigned seat. Everyone's got assigned seats. We can set up another kind of.
Yeah. It's just, I need to be, the problem is really short on the projector.
Okay.
So, should be, we can see possibly.
If we another. Table. Nothing's at that table at the moment.
Okay.
Table here, and then we can put another.
That
So that you're this side of the projector.
where you're standing.
This is where I'm standing.
Yeah. So now, what we need to carry this all. So if you carry this for me, then I carry my laptop. Right. At the same time.
What time is it in New York?
This thing.
What time is
If you
it?
bring a touch closer here, you almost there.
Yeah.
But you can face this side. Yeah.
Yeah.
Same time difference.
Rana. Is Peter really sharp? Someone, I don't remember who it was it Susan?
Maybe that will take.
Surely.
I wonder actually.
Peter doing this. Yeah.
It's America, yeah. This should be right here.
Gina.
That's
I'd like to say Virginia.
good.
Yeah, no, you can explore one of those.
Northeast coast, like, something which he was.
Yeah.
And who else?
So then you can go there.
Yeah. So what I'm probably going to do is start to, okay, that's an
So Bradley, can I pray you for a minute?
Could you read us the final?
Yes, it was. Oh, fine, lovely. Ups and blades, sisters and ups, and the inner system. I feel about like Mr. Gilbert and Sullivan, bellowing down. Turnbull, Heather Smith, can you hear me? Brad, I assume you can, so if you hear. It's very appropriate that the first speaker in tonight's Global Gilbert and Sullivan is being delivered here in St. Andrews. Because I think we're aware the idea we celebrate came from the student.
After the select, please record a message. Afterwards, the message will be played back to you.
It's sisters, cousins, and aunts of the inner brotherhood and sisterhood. I feel a bit like Mr. Gilbert in Topsy-Turvy, bellowing down. Blades, sisters, cousins, and aunts, members of the inner brotherhood and sisterhood. I feel a bit like Mr. Gilbert in Topsy.
If you are able to hear your own voice,
Well, you must be very pleased. That was wonderful.
Yes, no, it was very good. I'm going to introduce everyone and say everything and introduce all things. I don't think
You know, well, I get it.
on that.
Yes.
Because last year was actually. I will say one thing. We got Cynthia Maury.
Yes.
Today. She
Good. Yeah, you could make. I say lovely setup. Sorry, I just no, I think that's it. So we'll see that other speech. Yeah,
Fingers crossed.
that's wonderful.
Mine's just like you.
Which take you on?
It's, I answer it. Yeah.
On balance table.
This one, lovely. So I'll just come across.
Yes, well, I'll say I'll announce everything when I set. I can let you know.
Yes.
This is
Yes. Yes.
No, I haven't. I've tended to changes to the guys. I'm going to cut the cuts on. We thought that was a bit like.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, there's something about the original song.
Yeah. I mean, I do.
And then have that we've given about.
My speech, the whole thing is not going to be longer than 15 minutes altogether. My speech is about 6 minutes, and I would say theirs each are about 4 or 5 minutes.
Oh, great, that's good. So then, potentially see the other stuff going on there.
Yes.
And then the rest of the so then that can start earlier. Then we've got that at 50. With that,
I think.
Well, given about half an hour, 45. So we've given half an hour in case 10.
Well, it's 10.
It's like enough.
But that's all.
And then I think after at the end, so I can go to
Yes. Yes. That's fine.
Oh, there's no on the table.
Mr. Brooks. Very good. Yes, that's yes, right. Yes. That's right. Then we move there.
Wouldn't we have a list of like the yeah.
Like my friend. Yeah, that's right. Yes.
Do you have any solution they're all yeah, but I can't delete will be lost. Format card. It will be lost. Thank you.
I'm heading that way quite slowly.
Yes. Hello, how are you? I'm not smart. No, we can't. Yes. Oh, of course. I thought I recognised. Yes, you take out of their set. Yes, it was a one. That was a because that was really worried because that was amazing. We just got better. That's now again. Yeah. That's better. But that's spontaneous. Yeah, exactly. 2 seconds. Yeah, we were like, oh, I'm going to open that. I guess this. I did it last time. Last time, animation. I made Thank you. Like, I just happened to be at the source room and getting up, sending emails from hospital. Let's do that there. I get doing. Yeah, that's meeting tonight. Source. Just I'm ready when they are. I'm ready when they are doing the okay. Is this around the prize or? That's not how they wrap. It's obvious.
Hello, welcome to Skype service. After the beep, please record a message. Afterwards, your message will be played back.
Hello and welcome to dinner. We're going out through the internet various locations around the world.
If you're able to hear your voice, then you have configured Skype correctly. If you hear this message and not your own voice, then something is wrong with your audio recording settings. Please check your microphone and microphone settings or visit skype.com for more. Thank you for using Skype call service. Goodbye.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you would move to the dining room, please. It's important and useful. Well, we try. But we can control that. I think we have.
Just gonna check if your link is still working. Yeah. It's yeah.
Oh, so you can use it.
I've got a great seat. This is currently being sat upon. Well, yeah, well, are you having to get
You've got the live video link, which, and then Stephen Turnbull and Andy Dragon will come back. And they're going to be speaking, well, they'll see us. They're coming back. Yeah.
I know you're an acetate man.
Oh, absolutely. Yes, you remember well.
Yes,
I've got two answers for that.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, I would like to welcome you to the first annual International Gilbert and Sullivan Day dinner held here in St. Andrews. In a moment, we're about to sing our address role, followed by a toast by our own current president, Rory Ford. So please be upstanding by the Mystic Regulation sung by very old former Vice President Adam Slovenia.
Artistic regulation of our dog association, and you open conversation with other kings and so you must eat a sausage roll. You must eat a sausage roll, sausage roll. If in turn he eats another, that's a sign that he's a brother, which may fully trust the other. It is quaint and it is strong, but it's bilious on the whole. Very bilious on the whole. It's a greasy kind of tasty, which perhaps the judgment tasty might consider rather tasty. What to speak without disguise, then favorite in our eyes. It's our favorite in our eyes. But when you've been 6 months feeding, as we have, this exceeding bilious food is no ill thing if at this repulsive pies our offended gorges rise. Yes, these repulsive pies our offended gorges rise. Our offended gorges rise. Our regulation of our association and open conversation with another kindred soul. You must eat a sausage roll. You must eat a sausage roll. A sausage roll.
Thank you, Lord, that we are not among those who spit no sup and crave no crumb, or who have to do with given masquerading as cream. Thank you for enabling us to accept refreshment at hand, however, and being so fond of our dinner that we don't get any thinner. Thank you for the rollicking bun and the not too French bean. Thank you, above all, that life is a pudding full of plums, but grant that our taste for drink may never be so combined with gout as to double us up forever. Amen.
My sword.
I know you're pulling out
If you get the bonus point. I'm worried now.
Such a wonderful laugh. Nobody else.
Yes. Ladies and gentlemen, we now have a short break for some entertainment. We're going to have a recitation of one of Gilbert's bad ballads. This is a rather appropriate bad ballad because it's about rival curates, and of course, those of us that joined us this afternoon will have seen Graham playing our fair young curate, or not quite so young anymore curate. Dr. Daly, and a very Dr. Daly-esque character features in this. Of course, this bad ballad is also the basis for Patience, the rival curates or the rival poets as we have in Patience. which is the Society's operator next year. So it's rather appropriate. And we have our most avid patience fan in the room, our former president, Maria Dikos, coming to read this out for us. So please welcome Maria.
I'm too far away now.
Let's project.
Yes. List while the poet trolls of Mr. Clayton Hooper, who had a cure of souls as Clifton Extra Super. He lived on Curzon Way and daily sang their praises, and then he'd go and play with buttercups and daisies. While croquet, Hooper banned, and all the spots of mum, he warred with cribbage and he exercised backgammon. His helmet was a glance that spoke of holy gladness, a saintly smile his lance, his shield a tear of sadness. His vicar smiled to see this armour on him buckled, with pardonable glee, he blessed himself and chuckled. In mildness to abound, my curate's sole design is, in all the country round, there's none so mild as mine is. And Hooper disinclined his trumpets to be blowing, yet didn't think you'd find a milder curate going. A friend arrived one day at Clifton Extra Super, and in this shameful way he spoke to Mr. Hooper. You think your famous name for mildness can't be shaken, and none can block your fame, but Hooper, you're mistaken. Your mind is not as blank as that of Hopley Porter, who holds a curate's rank at ass's milk and water. He plays the airy flute and looks depressed and blighted. Dogs round about him toot, and lambkins dance delighted. He labours more than you at worsted work and frames it. In all May's albums too, sticks seaweed, yes, and names it. This temper said his say, which pierced him like a needle. He summoned straight away his sexton and his beadle. These men were men who could hold liberal opinions. On Sundays they were good, on weekdays they were minions. To Hopley Porter go, your fare I will afford you. Deal him a deadly blow, and blessings shall reward you. But stay, I do not like and do assassination, and so before you strike, make this communication. I'll give him this one chance. If you vulgarly bear him, play croquet, smoke, and dance, I willingly will spare him. They went, those minions true, to ass's milk and water, and told their errand to the Reverend Hopley Porter. What? Said the Reverend gent. Dance through my hours of leisure? Smoke? Bathe myself with scent? Play croquet? Oh, with pleasure! Wear all my hair and curl, stand at my door and wink so, that every passing girl, my brothers, I should think so. For years I've longed for some excuse for this revulsion. Now that his peace is come, I do it on compulsion. He smoked and winked away, this Reverend Hopley Porter, the dues there was to pay at ass's milk and water. And Hooper holds his ground in mildness daily growing. They take him all around the madness curate going.
Yes, you see, How's it going? We seem to have
Wow, I
We stole that moment.
Okay.
We'll invite everybody in.
Okay, I'm going to wait for your call.
Is that all right?
That's absolutely fine.
Good man. I got your link through saying that if it all failed, here it is on YouTube. Was that from you?
No.
Somebody sent me a link. Somebody sent me a link anyhow.
Perfect. Let us know when you're ready. I'm going to disconnect and you can call me when you're ready.
Just before you disconnect, can you see the room?
Yes, I can.
And is it right? Look, they're on the camera. Okay, that's fine. All right, that's super. Thanks, Waldo. See you later, guys.
Bye.
There's only one beer. But it's working. So we're still on for a
Hello? We're going to be about 5 minutes. All right. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and you can see in the program events the running order, we're shortly coming to the immortal memory of Gilbert and Sullivan. Now, of course, this idea follows roughly a very supper, and we're very excited for this section, as I'm sure you've already seen. We're going to be joined by people from across the world, which will be quite exciting. So when they do call, which will be any minute now, Dr. Bradley will be given the immortal memory toast, and we'll have a reply by Stephen Turnbull and Andrew Crowther, who are presidents, yes?
Secretary of the Sullivan Society and Secretary of the Gilbert Society.
Yes. And we do actually have Andrew Crowther's book here, if you do want to peruse it later, as well as what we've got the festival book as well, which is Neil Smith, who you saw on the screen earlier. That's the one that him and his father compiled, and various others. So if you are struggling with the quizzes, then there are books here that can help you with some of the answers. Feel free to come and have a look. If you've not seen your quiz yet, I think most tables have. We'll be collecting them in soonish. So if you want to start completing them, that would be wonderful. I'd also like to, yes, no phones, only the books at the front. If you would, yes, if you would like to draw your attention over to this notice as well, now would be the opportunity to turn off data roaming and turn off your Wi-Fi in order that the call actually goes through well. So if you get out your phones now, and then you can have them back in about 20 minutes. But hopefully that'll be helpful. And there are several people roaming about at the moment with raffle tickets. So if you'd like some raffle tickets, yes, feel free. But feel free to keep on completing your quizzes until the call comes through. So thank you very much.
We get to get on
That's what makes it so good.
So I feel we're going to lose everyone. I have a feeling maybe.
I love you not. Ladies and gentlemen, I think you can resume your seats. We're about to go live to Bingley. And if you don't, I'm going to go live anyway, because I think we've waited long enough for the Yorkshire connection.
And I'm going to invite you to propose the toast. Is that your phone or are you holding a sausage roll?
No, I'm not holding a sausage roll here. No, I'm just without the sausage roll. I'm clear to go, am I? What's
Great.
Excellent. Bucks and blades, sisters, cousins and aunts, members of the inner brotherhood and the inner sisterhood. I feel a little bit like Mr. Gilbert in Topsy Turvy, bellowing down the line here. Smith, Turnbull, Crowther, can you hear me?
Yes.
Here. I assume you're not like a very deaf old man who hears you very badly. It's wonderful. We're now linked magically to the other epicenter of Gilbert and Sullivan world tonight. We're going, I think, soon to Australia and Brussels and New York, but at the moment it's us in Bingley. It's very appropriate that the first speech in tonight's Global Gilbert and Sullivan Day is being delivered here in St Andrews, because as I think all of you here are aware, the idea for these celebrations came from a student here, indeed a former president of our society, tenor all things above, who you all know and love, and was a marvellous Alexis and our latest sorcerer, not least this afternoon, Mr. Laurie Slavin. And Laurie proposed this idea at the end of the that wonderful three-day symposium that you, Ian, and I'm now addressing Ian Smith rather than Ian Lawson, who I'm looking at, Ian Smith organised a wonderful three-day symposium in Buxton last August, and it struck an immediate chord. I may say that my wife Lucy, who's here now, thinks that Ian Smith and I were probably blood brothers who were swapped at birth or separated at birth, but we'll let that pass for a moment. Laurie suggested as a model for today the annual Burns Night Suppers, celebrated across the world to commemorate Scotland's national bard, Rabbie, or as our lovely Aline misread Alexis' handwriting in a fish and chip emporium, and she sadly doesn't seem to be here. I think Dr. Daly must be responsible. Is Aline here? Seems to have done a runner, I'm afraid. But in a well-known fish and chip emporium, which I think we can reference, as they did allow us to sell tickets at Cromars, after the final sorcerer performance, Aline misread and I thought it was Rabbi Burns. And this is why tonight's proceedings begin with a toast to the immortal memory, something I'm quite often called on to give at Burns Night Suppers. And on such occasions, I won't to delight or enrage the assembled company, depending on the degree of their devotion to Rabbi or Rabbi Burns, by delivering a snatch or two of Burns's verse, set to Sullivan's music. And I now offer you a small example illustrative, which I hope you'll join in with.
Oh, my love's like a red, red rose that's newly sprung in June. Oh, my love's like a melody that's sweetly played in tune. As fair art thou, my bonny lass, so deep in love am I, and I will love thee still, my dear, till all the seas can dry. Tick-a-tack, 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 and I will love thee all, my dear, till all the seas can dry.
Enough of that sacrilege, whether to Burn or Sullivan, I'm not quite sure. I'm basically here to propose a toast to the immortal memory of Sir Arthur and Schwenk, and I do so with the greatest of pleasure. Almost as much, indeed, as the lady who came up to me at a Buxton festival a few years ago and told me that Gilbert and Sullivan had given her a great deal more pleasure than either of her two husbands. It's difficult, and it would be invidious to single out either of the duo for special mention, and that, of course, is why Laurie, in his infinite wisdom, chose this day the birthday of Richard Doyley Clark, who would indeed be 170 today, if he was still alive, and we should serenade or toast him as well, as the day for celebrating this. I sense that among our students who form the majority of the company tonight, some of you are attracted, I think, primarily or first to Gilbert and Sullivan through the wit and the wordplay and the wonderful topsy-turvy inventiveness of Gilbert. And others of you are first captivated by Sullivan's extraordinary melodic gifts and his genius for writing both the voice and the orchestra. And both have had a huge effect on my life. I suspect that it was probably Gilbert who drew me first into my lifelong love affair with the Savoy operas, and particularly my work of annotating them. Begun now over 25 years ago, which is soon to engross me again as I produce a new edition of my annotated volume, which is going to, for the first time, include Thespis. And I'm sure those of you doing the quiz realize that Thespis figures more than once in it. Indeed, I'm going to encourage my wife Lucy to turn away nuisance callers over the next few months by telling them that he's too busy to come to the phone. He's annotating Gilbert, which sounds marginally better than what Ursula Vaughan Williams used to reputedly tell unwelcome guests waiting to see her husband Rafe. I'm afraid he can't see you now. He's busy orchestrating the Men of Harlech. In my own contribution to the final day of the Buxton Symposium, just before I introduced Laurie and our other former president here, Maria, I tried to explore the magical quality that Gilbert and Sullivan somehow has, and which I think is almost impossible to define. And yet it is so unmistakably there, and I think it's what draws us all to this room and to this day. It's much, much more than its period Victorian charm and whimsy, its quaintness. It's more even than those wonderful fairy tale-like qualities and settings and those soaring, haunting, eminently hummable and singable tunes that you can't get out of your head. There's something deeper than that. In my most recent book, I've suggested that it's really a spiritual quality. Gilbert and Sullivan certainly has a remarkable therapeutic power. I've been deeply moved by many testimonies I've had from people in St Andrews and across the Gilbert and Sullivan world who have been helped out of depression, out of loneliness, out of feelings of isolation and inadequacy and anxiety by listening to, and perhaps even more, by performing in and sharing with others their love of Gilbert and Sullivan. And for me, as I wrote in my book, O Joy, O Rapture, Gilbert and Sullivan has been a balm and a tonic and a stimulant. When I'm down, it's what picks me up. When I'm tired, it's what restores me. When I'm feeling on top of the world, it lets me express my joy in song. It's provided me, and I suspect many of us, perhaps all of us in this room, with joy and rapture in overflowing measure. And it's in that spirit now that I ask you to raise your glasses, whether you're in St Andrews or in Bingley or in Melbourne or New York or wherever, whether they be Pirate Sherry, Pommery 74, Manzanillo, Montero, Rhenish Wine, Toddy, Ship's Grog, or even a pretty stiff jorum of tea, and drink to the immortal memory of Gilbert and Sullivan.
That was the length of breath.
That was Ian Smith.
Also, Tom, followed by Steve Campbell, who's the secretary of this Sullivan Society. So without further ado, please welcome Andrew Pratt.
First of all, this is the first time I've been called upon to respond to a toast. I wasn't quite sure what was expected of me, so I immediately thought that I think it was just one toast. So fix everyone in the room with my favorite present command, and not everyone back on their feet with some things with. That's fine. Yes. And then if you mention to those in the audience, deals with us, like this. Speech. So, then I thought, my pure chance today happens to be the 110th anniversary of Gilbert's play, Gilbert's Dilemma. I want to say, play, charm, brilliant. I'll tell you some jokes to instead. I just want to say something from the heart. I've been interested in success by Gilbert and Sullivan. There's always something in these operas that keeps me hooked, even though I know every word and every poem. And all the things. I'll go back to the script. It's always been a bit of a cottage industry in the English-speaking world to snipe Gilbert and Sullivan. It's silly, it's vulgar, it's trivial, it's worthless. Gilbert's been called crass. It's been setting up no literary talent. And he deeply daft things have been said about Sullivan as well. But all that's really the problem of whoever's speaking. I'm going to give a quotation thing which may shock you, so I'll just give you a little bit of prior warning. Because Jonathan Miller has said that Gilbert and Sullivan is boring, self-satisfied, driven. And if that's all they can see, that's fine. We know there's something more in there. We see the great stuff that's in these operas, and we take it to our bosoms. And after all, what else is out there for?
Whoops, that was Australia. Yeah, that was Australia. We've got Australia on London feed. But Rosso and Chris saying, no, that wasn't Australia, but the other one. Oh dear, we're going to lose them.
Ah. Morrison. I think we might see what? No, it isn't, but that's why he was using his mobile phone, because we couldn't get a Wi-Fi. I think maybe we should just... I think we probably lost them. We lost them when we needed to do that.
The first responsible photo I ever heard was at the 1992 Sullivan Festival in Hull City Hall.
Stephen
The wonderful surprise came from flowers. They'd just given us a plate tip and some of the solar park and Sullivan's Festival they did. But because I believe in getting good money, I'd also asked her to respond to the toast to Sir Arthur Sullivan, the Archbishop banquet. Kate, gracious lady that she is, agreed. In response, she shared some of the many occasions on which Sir Arthur had impacted on her career, and she hit just the right note of humour and sincerity. Now, there's a difference between Kate Flowers and me. Only one of us is an opera singer with an international reputation. I didn't have a career for Sir Arthur to impact upon. But by God, has he made an impact on my life. Arthur Sullivan is the only person who has been in my life longer than Julie, my life of 37 years, who I know many of you in this room, and some of you in St Andrews know very well. When I was a choir boy, my favourite hymns were ones by Sullivan. My school song was by Sullivan. The first grown-up show I ever saw was a GMS. All this before I even knew who Sullivan was, let alone whether he ever followed with a man called Gilbert about cars. Then came the life-changing event. Apologies to those who've heard this story before. I have a brother who is 2 years younger than me. One day, I was 16, going on 17, and no, that is not due for a son. But announced that he had to be in this thing called the Pirates of Penzance. See, he was taking music to O-level. I wasn't. And the music master expected all his students, on pain of death, to take part in the school production. So, for something to do, I glanced at the chorus of score and I brought home with it. And my eyes fell on when it fell on. No pun intended. I spent hours dropping about. Anyway, I really recognise this French fellow having one thing for some. So I thought it might be a bit of fun to be a policeman on stage. So I went and volunteered my services to the music master, a fearsome Scotsman who we boys had given the imaginative nickname of Jock.
Was he strapping?
All right, you tenor or bass. What's the difference? At that time, I should explain, said he, I was a very late-breaking voice soprano, still singing in the church choir every Sunday. Well, no. Tenors are pirates. Basses are pirates in the first act and policemen in the second. I'm a bass! I'm a bass! I'm a bass! I'm a bass. First rehearsal. First number. Today we must not lose our senses. Too late, Papa! Too late, Papa! Second item in the rehearsal. When the boat was there, it is still.
Ta-ra.
Lost, lost, lost. Everything made lifelong friends all over the world and in Scotland.
Yeah.
I've been proud to know that with great musicians and scholars and Neil Smith. It's been my privilege and pleasure to spread the message about just how wonderful this man's music is, through the written word, through promoting performances, through the many compact discs that the Sullivan Society has issued. I was hugely honoured a few years ago when the Upwell Gilbert and Sullivan Society invited me to become their president. And last night I enjoyed a happy, sunny performance at the Gondoliers in Outwell Village Hall. And tonight they are thinking of us, they're with us in spirit. I'm looking at that clock, they'll just about be up to the gavotte. And they'll be playing it to a packed house and they'll be loving it. I've even been known to get up on my hind legs and talk about Sonata at gatherings such as this. 5 guineas a night and wine with me dinner. He's even provided me with occasional gainful employment in relaxing, and I have loved every minute of it. But above all, I'm grateful for the pure joy that Sir Arthur Sullivan has given me for so long. I know I'm not alone in this, but we wouldn't all be here tonight, would we? So I will close with a paraphrase of 2 short quotes from the most popular, most performed, most successful work of musical theatre in the English language. Long life to Sir W.S. Gilbert. Long life to Sir Arthur Sullivan. Long life even to Richard Doyle. Because perhaps even in Belgium and perhaps in other parts of the world, because we're now going to try together. Andrew is going to lead us, or I'm not sure if Peter is going to go onto the piano and Andrew is going to conduct us. We're going to sing Hail Poetry, and then we're going to follow that, for they both are English lyrics. So there we go, St. Andrews. We hope that you can follow Andrew's beat and his stick. He hasn't got a stick, but he's got a beat. And here we're going to go now with At Your Leisure, and we want to have a band with you.
That's better.
Hail Poets.
Right, here we go. Stand up.
So now we're going to follow that with the second number, which is for the both were English lyrics. Now we change the words of this, Andrew, but if you're clever and intelligent, as you should be in the university, we will take the words and just assume that instead of it being evolved, becomes they were. They both were. There we go. Okay.
Here we go. I think we're all right.
Where's Andrew?
Oh, come in, Andrew.
Yeah, we're That's really cool. Oh, there's Ian Smith. Ian Smith off the right.
The New York bombing, and it's become very much a setting Eurovision activity, and the plans that we already have got for 2015, you just will not believe it. And I don't like it because
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed that. Sure, I don't have any worries about following that. 3 words of it. So, that was wonderful. But no, thank you very much, Dr. Bradley. That was very entertaining. I think Andrew Crowthers and Stephen Turnbull's were entertaining. As I say, his book's here, so if you do want to try and get the gist of what he said, then try that. But no, that was down in the celebrations down in Bingley, and we're going to continue leave the screen on so that we can see what's going on in New York and Melbourne.
And Brussels.
But I think you can enjoy your dessert while that's going on. We'll now take a break. We'll be around shortly to collect your
quizzes. Yes.
Before moving on. So yes, but enjoy your dessert.
Wonderful.
Great.
Well done. That was well done. Well
Are you completely? We got the next one. You would like to be read out in front of me.
Is anyone actually watching it? It has a viewers count.
I know that
Just got a little crunch.
There it is.
Can you hear us?
Yes, can you hear us?
Yes.
So I can hear your film.
Can you hear or see us?
Oh, this is the Aussies.
I can hear you and see you. Have a great night.
We'll leave you with a picture of the master.
Hello, Neil, I can hear you. I can hear you.
We're on New Waldo now. We're over to Cape Town.
Neil, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
I was just going to ask Marie, can you possibly please just mute your microphone because your picture's popping up the whole time? Just mute it again for me, please. So I can see your picture's coming up bigger the whole time, bigger than Neil's. There we go. Thank you. Neil, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
I'm going to hand you over to our chairman, Ken. Can you stand close by?
Greetings from Cape Town at long last. We thought you'd forgotten all about it. But here we have our first great opportunity to bring you greetings from our beautiful city. If you want to know who we are, well, we are members of the Cape Town Gilbert and Sullivan Society. Tonight we have something around about 50 or so of our members here in beautiful Cape Town in the shadow of Table Mountain. And I'm very hopeful that you will be able to see some of those people behind me, just to give a little bit of artistic verisimilitude to what might otherwise be a rather bold and unconvincing narrative. I have to confess that we've been a bit short on the pirate sherry this evening. We've also been a bit short on the sausage rolls, but we have made a dent in some very approximations to rollicking buns. And to get into the spirit of things, we've sung through a lot of excerpts from Pirates. Well, I'm not going to keep you very long, but let me just say that we here in Cape Town are hereupon all agreed that from over the bright blue sea and in friendship's name, we'll raise a glass to all you fellow Gilbert and Sullivan enthusiasts around the globe. This toast, with 3 times 3 we'll give. Long life to you. Long life to you all, wherever you may be. Long life to the ties that will bind us together. And of that, there can be no possible doubt whatever. So, to the rest of you gathered around the world, we say, cheers! Cheers! Cheers!
2015. Well done, thank you, Cape Town Gilbert and Sullivan Society.
What's next?
And that, of course, is going what's relayed here. And I think that Neil is now, one poor guy in Calvin said that what he did, although they had a big separation in the morning that time, he was going to get up especially, and Chris Angelico and his brothers and family have been big supporters of the festival for many years, and he hoped that he was going to be there, and Neil is going to desperately Now, I was not over happy with this film because I thought it was slightly suggested that there was something wrong with the English. And it's slightly offensive because, as we all know, we've thrust Australia with Britain for so serious. And okay, the faster was possible somehow they have taken advantage of that. We are featuring it in the film. I don't really care what you find the film.
Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you enjoyed your dinner. We're now going to move to the after-dinner speeches. We begin this in each section. We begin with the address to the hardy little lackeys in the style of a bird supper, which begins by a wonderful joy our eyes to bless from Utopia Limited, sung by Peter Sutton, followed by the toast from Ian Lawson. We're very happy to have Ian with us tonight. He started his Gilbert and Sullivan career at Durham University in their head office group, and continues to this day, is still a regular member of the Edinburgh Gilbert and Sullivan Society, and indeed was King Gamma a couple of weeks ago in their Princess Ida. So it's a pleasure to have him come and speak to the society. So without further ado, I will hand over to Peter with a wonderful story, Our Eyes to Bless.
A wonderful joy, our eyes to bless, in a magnificent countenance, is an English girl of 11 stone 2 and 5 foot 10, a dancing shoe. She follows the hounds and on she pounds, the field tails off and the marks diminish. Over the hedges and groves she bounds, straight as a crow from point to finish. At cricket her king will lose or win. She and her maids on grass and clover, 11 maids out, 11 maids in, and perhaps an occasional maid over. Go search the world and search the sea, then come you home and sing with me. There's no such gold and no such pearl as a bright and beautiful English girl. With a tender spin, she stretches her limbs. She golfs, she punts, she rolls, she spins. She plays, she sings, she dances too. From 10 or 11 till all is blue. At ball or drum till the scholars come, chaperones back and seals my gun. She rolls away like a teetotal tongue, and never go home till daylight's dawning. Lord Tennis may share her favorite hair. Her eyes are dancing, her cheeks are glowing. Down comes her hair, but what does she care? It's all her own and it's worth the showing. Oh, go search the world and search the city, and come you home and sing with me. There's no such gold and no such pearl as a bright and beautiful English girl. Her soul is sweet as the ocean air, of usually knows no haven there. Find your forest to please her life,
to the conscious blush, to the downcast eye, provision our being's contentment brings, in every pure enjoyment worthy. Blithe as a beautiful bird she sings, her body and mind are clear and healthy. Her eyes they fill with bright goodwill, her heart is light as a floating feather, as pure and bright as a mountain hill, that leaps and laughs in the highland heather. Go search the world and search the sea, then come you home and sing with me. There's no such gold, and no such girl, as a bright and beautiful English girl.
You don't often hear sung north of the border. I happen to be sitting at a table with three bright and beautiful English girls, and they're charming men. Yes, I actually gave. I was asked what song I thought should precede this toast, and I couldn't really think, so I gave a list of about 4, some more flattering than others, some less flattering than others. I think that's probably the most flattering one that was chosen, whereas I see the song that precedes the reply is belligerent, to say the least. There we go, that's what happens on these occasions. Yes, an unusual song in many ways. It's hard to tell whether Gilbert's got his, on his cheek or not in singing about the English girl of 11 stone 2 and 5 foot 10 dancing, and yet it seems to be largely sentimental. So it could be. Anyway, I would like to start by commending the Society for holding this truly international event and for doing Gilbert and Sullivan the honour of placing it alongside the pedestal that normally is occupied by Robert Burns at dinners like this in Scotland. Of course, there is a certain logic in a Burns supper proposing a toast to the lassies, because that was really what Rabbie was all about. The lassies, one way or another, and all the lovely love poems he wrote. Gilbert was perhaps slightly different. According to the website, this is the website of the World Burns Club, and its advice to the proposer of a toast to the lassies. The object of this toast is to deliver a speech about the importance of women in our lives, drawing reference to Burns, the women in his life, his attitudes and views on women, and concluding on a complimentary and positive note. Well, I'll try and do something like that, substituting Gilbert and Sullivan for Burns. Originally, of course, Burns suppers were all male affairs, and as the night wore on, the gentlemen assembled might naturally begin to have a slightly more charitable and sentimental view of the gentler sex than perhaps was the case when they bade farewell to their other halves earlier in the evening. When men were men and girls were not, the fervent male red-blooded Scot, once Hogmanay was all forgot, would grow all frisky, and thoughts would turn as like as not to buns and whiskey. So, putting on his hairiest sporran, gushing steam like old Moss Moran, he'd swear for all to hear that sporran, for he sued the border, that night beneath his kilt was warm, 'twas all in order. And while the fervent Scot would slink frae bar to bar from drink to drink, he dreamed that next the kitchen sink at home sat waiting, his lassie, sweet and soft and pink and palpitating. That red rose, that soft brune hair, that sweetest maid, that Jessie fair, that winsome wife whose only care was for her Rabbie, to mak his tea and fetch his chair and bear his baddie. Well, Gilbert and Sullivan, I fear, is a different world. Not entirely different, but Gilbert was capable of viewing women through rose maybud tinted spectacles as well, and there's a sweetness and innocence about some of his younger ladies, seen particularly, I think, in the ballad drawings, if you're aware of them, the ones he redid in the 1890s. His earliest drawings, the ladies were about as grotesque as the men in them, but later on they were rather sweet natural girls, and the plays and operas in which they're depicted as fairies mirror that, I think, where their only fault is a tendency to fall in love. But Gilbert was also a cynic.
dare I say, a realist, and was equally capable of showing baser motives below the virtuous veneer, from the money-grubbing plaintiff for whom joy unbounded has to be associated with wealth surrounded, to the actresses of the Ernst Dumpkopf theatrical troupe who are quite prepared to marry in order to get cast in the plum role, something that wouldn't happen in this society, I suppose. Using the euphemism of marry, as in the Pirates of Penzance. Gilbert's heroines were almost entirely given to these base motives. You wouldn't find Yum Yum, for example, sacrificially riding her horse into Nanki Poo's funeral pyre. Self-preservation comes well before mere love in her case. And even the super-intelligent Ida is shown to be pig-headedly wrong, if I'm allowed to say that, in taking her ideals to extremes. The stereotypical heroine, Rose Maybard, eventually ditches her rules of etiquette in favour of Robin's fat oxen, many sheep and swine, a dairy farm, and much corn and oil. Well, every girl has her price. Gilbert's. And all this was before they reached the dreadful age of 47, where they suddenly turn into contraltos and develop even less savoury characteristics. Baby stealing, ill-suppressed lust, bloodthirstiness, vaulting ambition, avariciousness, the list goes on and on. One does wonder what Gilbert's mother must have been like. His wife, of course, was entirely sweet, young Lucy Turner, and he had a way with young ladies. It's well known that one of the rooms in his house at Grimsdyke was labelled the Flirtorium, where he took young actresses to teach them how to perform the role. It's not known of any occasion when he took an actor there and gave similar advice. On the other hand, it does seem to have all been fairly innocent. I don't think Bab ever really grew up. Sullivan's mother, of course, was greatly adored by him, and she in turn worshipped Sullivan, keeping all his letters and many other items like his first baby shirt. Sullivan was as charming as Gilbert was brusque. He had an easy way with the ladies. He had his American mistress for many years, and they kept scandal out of society by Mrs. Ronalds going everywhere with him and just being Mrs. Ronalds all the time. But he had a very easy way with the ladies, and if the film Topsy Turvy is anything to be believed, a very, very easy way with some of them in Paris. The joie de vivre that he had in this approach to life comes through in the music of the Savoy operas, though I don't think there's very much passion so much to be found in the Savoy operas. Josephine Sainer in Pinafore, perhaps, is an exception, but you probably have to go to Ivanhoe or the Beauty Stone before you get a sense of genuine passion in Sullivan's writing with the female voice. And in both these cases, as an Oriental excuse for it, he can the fact that they're not English girls, it's okay. Going back to the advice then from the World Burns Club website, I see that I've made quite a lot of reference now to the ladies in Gilbert and Sullivan's lives and their views on women. I've managed to do that without touching on Princess Ida, but I think Gilbert was, Ida is a difficult show because he appears to be anti-feminist. On the other hand, he wrote several plays where he took quite the opposite view. There was a wonderful play, Charity. It didn't go down well in its time, where he contrasts Mrs. Van Brugh, who has sinned in her youth in some way, with the gentleman who seemed to think that it's quite okay to have a little bit on the side and everybody winks at it. But I think Gilbert was taken with Tennyson's view of feminism, which is actually rather more feminist than the way Ida or the previous play turned out. However, in dealing with Gilbert and Sullivan's view of women, I perhaps missed the first element of the definition on the World Burns Club website, which is to talk about the importance of women in our lives. And in this context, I take that to be the lives of us as members of Gilbert and Sullivan societies. Where would we be without our Phyllis's, our Mad Margarets, our Buttercups, Sapphires, Violettas, Olgas, Kates, Zaras and Zoras, bridesmaids, matrons, lovesick and utopian, daughters, sisters, cousins, and aunts? The answer, of course, is we'd be in one of those excellent all-male productions pioneered by Sasha Reagan at the Union Theatre in London. I don't know if anyone's ever seen one. I've seen Iamphia. Great stuff. Sadly, I never appeared in Gilbert and Sullivan before my voice broke, so I've never had the pleasure in all the 28 roles I've now notched up in GNS of playing the part, a lady's part. though I did once play one female role, which was that of Pooh-Bah, as portrayed by Mrs. Phoebe Reese, woman of the Farndale Avenue Housing Estate Townswomen's Guild Amateur Operatic Society, in that rather curious version of the Mikado. If you haven't seen it or don't know it, get a copy of it. Do it here. It's great fun. It pictures ladies of this guild putting on and Sullivan. Inevitably, one of the key female roles can't be done by the person, the vicar, like that. The male vicar has to play the part. I should really have been playing Mrs. Phoebe Reese. It should have been a woman, but it's great fun. The only thing is, I do admire you ladies, and this toast could be this alone, for the whole horrible business of putting a bra on and taking it off. At least I discovered that if you can take your boobs out first, it makes the whole process much easier. I think it's strange. I had the pleasure once of appearing at the Pianoforte at a Nova conference in People's Typewriter as Dr. Anthony Hinch. That was part of my long part. But whatever the gender, the ladies, on stage and off, mainstay of amateur societies, always complaining that the men get the better part. They never invariably put us to shame, turn up on time, learning all their words before the dress rehearsal, or the second night at least, and showing that innate skill at multitasking which enables them to move their feet at the same time as singing, and often in time with the conductor's bit. Yes, there may be faults. In Savoynet, I learned the term footlight fannies, for those chorus ladies who invariably work their way to the front of any ensemble. We probably all know a few prima donnas too, many of whom are women. In a London company I was a member of many moons ago, there were two rivals for the male soprano role. And Janet was cast as Ida. Sally took a year off and a half. But Janet had a slight throat problem approaching the first night, and Sally was called on to stand in the wings with the score in hand, ready to sing. As the mighty maiden, Julie made her entrance and walked in with a face rather ashen and stood there. And Sally took a breath, and she just went, and Janet on stage just went, and launched into a little one of those into the wings. So Sally had lost her chance of singing, and Janet did her prima donna bit. The professional stage. Now that too has been blessed with some remarkable women from the earliest times. Mrs. Howard Paul, the original Lady Saint-Gazieux, who also introduced Grothsmith and Barrington to the first company. Jessie Bond, whose spark and charisma helped to build up all the mezzo roles. And Rosina Brandram, whose dismal doom, in Gilbert's words, it was for 36 years to represent undesirable old ladies of 65, but who, with all the resources of the perruquier and the makeup box, could never succeed at looking more than an attractive 8 and 20. It was her own failure. Women have played key roles behind the scenes too. We'd be here tonight without Scots-born Helen Lenoir in managing the company with her husband, whose birthday we're celebrating tonight, and again after his death. Or of the last on the line, Dame Bridget Doyley-Card. I think I'm in danger of concluding here in the World Burns Club suggestion on a complimentary and positive note. But I hesitate. Would Gilbert not allow or even require a touch of cynicism at the end? There's no doubt the little lassies are a remarkable as well as a hardy breed. Paddling in Cornwall in late February or early March is the very least of it. Shivering in chiffon in the wings, wearing wings, on a cold March evening in Scotland, dancing about as schoolgirls 18 and under, even though they feel and perhaps are 80 and over. Going from lovesick maidens one year to axe-wielding Amazons the next, and probably sorting out the catering and costumes too. So GNS women are worthy of our praise. But do they want it? Isn't it more gallant in these egalitarian days to pay women the compliment of equal treatment, not standing up for them on the bus, not welcoming them most politely on board ship, not saying, how do you do, little girls, how do you do, unless they happen to be stockbrokers? Should this toast not be addressed to a more endangered species of GNS people, like tenors, for example? That's it. They're not too busy keeping themselves quiet, attending to their diet and nursing their digestion. Well, no. we GNS folk are inclined to be traditional, so that's what I'm going to be. And there's just so much updating the genre can take. So while we can acknowledge the foibles and imperfections underlying that innocent and virtuous exterior, let us, like Gilbert, be gallant to the end. Let's open up the flirtorium again and dive into that lake of make-believe, where damsels in distress are to be rescued, where rapacious pirates carry off ladies only in order to marry them, and where sparkling eyes are the recipe for perfect happiness. In the words of that song in which we started, ladies, your wonderful joys bless our eyes. May you be rich in the things contentment brings, in every pure enjoyment wealthy. Gentlemen, please join me in raising your glasses in a toast to the ladies. To the ladies. God bless them all. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ian, for that wonderful talk. We now move to the reply from the ladies. So this is the address to the gentlemen. Listen, I pray. It's a pun. So I'm shortly going to call on Katie Bradley to give the toast to the gentlemen. But before that, we're going to sing To Yield At Once from the Act 2 finale of Princess Ida through to the end. The music can be found on your table, so if you try and muddle through it, hopefully it'll go well. And Princess Ida will be sung by Caroline Taylor. So the address to the gentlemen.
Now, Mr. Lawson, for your complimentary words, we give you our thanks. But do not think that your closing words of gallantry and romance fool us for one moment. What lies Gilbert has told us. The reputation of Sullivan alone had us flocking to the G&S Society in the vain hope of a little Italian hokey-pokey. We don't care who knows it. But as always, we have been crushed again and are starting to believe that man truly is nature's sole mistake. He promised us young and lusty, true and trusty men. But ladies, when was the last time you encountered a rollicking band of handsome pirates on West Sands, desperate to marry you and not more interested in the second bases? Quite apt that Ian suggested we toast the tenors, whose ability to praise their own virtues far surpasses anything or any tribute that we could bring them. And let's face it, girls, they've been stealing the limelight for years. Yes, gentlemen, the ladies of Gilbert and Sullivan are on to you all. You may throw us an Italian glance thus. But we have learnt from our sister in operetta, Mad Margaret, and we know better. Besides, we can tell a gentleman's character in half a minute, and we do. And poor Gilbert himself has tried to educate you. He in vain has instructed you how to woo a fair maiden, and yet there are those among you this very evening I have spied eating your vegetables, peas, with a knife, supping butter at my own table with a tablespoon. What's that about? And even biting your nails. And those baritones among you who take after your forefather Bunthorne, planting seeds of transcendental nonsense and poo-pooing anything fresh and new in favour of looking at the Savoy netters, Thespis. You try and seduce us with a pretentious and patronising, "You have never seen me frolicsome, be a good girl, and you might." And then the tenor, following Dick from Ruthergore at the cast party, sauntering, well, you think you're sauntering up to us with a, "Oh, you're a tight little craft. Come to the garden, I'll show you my important pipe." You think we know nothing? Those altos, for whom you show little deference, have taught us a thing or two. They reveal to us that men are like wine. You all start off as grapes and we must stomp on you, lock you in the dark until you mature into something we're pleased to be eaten with. Catish's mistake was letting her loose in the first place. And stomp on you we must. So let me join in with Princess Ida's rallying cry and announce, a woman needs a man like Mad Margaret needs to spend money on linen drapers. You have no imagination, you're all stuck in the Victorian era. Then again, let us imagine a world without the Gilbertian male. Who would support our top notes with a bass drone accustomed to a bagpipe? Who would stamp on our feet in the middle of a cachuca, but catch us promptly before we fell off the stage? Very important. And most of all, who's going to carry me home tonight after an evening in these ill-advised shoes? The men! So let's not shun them just yet, for after all, ladies, who among us is not looking for our Duke? A diamond among the rough, a tenor who brings us a tiara with 1,000 a day and an endless supply of toffee. Ladies, I ask you to raise your glass and toast to the men of Gilbert and Sullivan who have been putting up with our crap since 1871 and show no signs of stopping. To the men.
Thank you very much, Katie. Thank you. We're shortly drawing towards the end of our formalities, but we still have plenty left. Peter Sutton has been scribbling away, marking your quizzes, so he'll be announced shortly, and we will draw the raffle shortly as well. But now we've come towards the end of the programme, I'd just like to say thank you to several people just now. Firstly, thank you to all our speakers tonight. Thank you to Rory, Maria, Dr. Bradley, Stephen, and Andrew, of course, and of course Ian and Katie. A round of applause for all of them. To our singers tonight, Alex, Caroline, and of course Peter as well. Unfortunately, Rory's limelight was stolen by technology. He never got to sing his pirate thing song. But I'm sure you'll have another opportunity to hear that later. And of course you for all singing along. So thank you very much for that. A special thank you to Raymond for accompanying all the wonderful. And Peter Crucially, without whom we wouldn't have been able to have any of this wonderful technology. So I will shortly allow you to continue drinking and eating. The sausage rolls, which you saw at the beginning of the evening, are going to be brought out just now. We have the hall until 1, and I'm sure everyone will be here till then. There is a bar available just up there, and it's still fully stocked. So if you would like any more, but one of the last things I'll say before we will have the raffle and the quiz judging in a minute. But we had an email this morning from Cynthia Morey, who is a former D'Oyly Carter, and she was potentially going to come up and speak to us, but she had another engagement, so she wasn't able to. But she did send this email, which is very nice of her. So I'm going to read it out to you all as the kind of end of formalities. So she said, first of all, I must say how sorry I am not to be with you this evening. Any invitation to a Gilbert and Sullivan event, and St Andrew's Grand Dinner sounds rather special, is usually not to be missed. But the date just wasn't possible for me. My career in theatre began with G&S, and looks as if it might finish that way too. I joined the D'Oyly Cart Opera Company for the Savoy season way back in 1951, and after a stint in the chorus, became a principal soprano, singing Yum Yum, Phyllis, Rose Maybud, Patience, and Lady Psyche. I spent 6 years with the company before venturing forth into the world of commercial theatre, spending some time in pantomime, revue, and concert work, before turning to opera, Sadler's Wells and ENO. West End musicals followed, and I thought at last I seemed to have finished with Gilbert and Sullivan. It was not to be. A couple of years ago I got a phone call asking me if I would be interested in appearing in Quartet, a movie set in a retirement home for singers and musicians. Just the thing for me, I thought. When I discovered that they wanted 4 G&S singers, and not only was the film to star Maggie Smith, Billy Connolly, and Michael Gambon, it was to be directed by Dustin Hoffman. Well, if I'm to start a career on the big screen, I pondered, I might as well begin at the top. My role as Lottie Yates was a very small one. But, do you know, I find myself singing Yum Yum in the Three Little Maids trio. Little old maids, of course, 60 years after I'd first sung the part with the doily cart. Unbelievable, but true. It's so good to know that young people like yourselves are keeping these operas alive, for without youth on their side, they might have a hard time surviving. May you continue from strength to strength, performing these timeless pieces. In fact, may all good fortune prosper you. Cynthia Morey. All that remains from me at the moment is to continue to eat, to drink, and be gay, and we'll be in touch shortly with the quiz and the raffle that you've all been waiting for.
Just before we move on to that, I think there's one person in this room who we should really thank, because without him we wouldn't be here at all, and we wouldn't be here last year, and it's his whole vision which has actually got this international, global Gilbert and Sullivan Day going, and that is Laurie, and I think we should drink a toast to Laurie, because he is the begetter not just of our meal, but what's going on all around the world, and I think we'll all be here, I think all of us should be here in this room this time next year, without fail. So a drink to Laurie Slack. Laurie. To Laurie.
So, Mrs. Parker! Mrs. Parker! Oh my goodness! Well done, Hannah, well
Ladies and gentlemen, time to reveal the answers. I'd just like to say to everyone to begin with, everyone got over 50% before anyone is wrong. The first, so round one. Which is the only opera in 3 acts, everyone? It's Princess Ida, yes. Which is the only opera in 1 act? The creation of which opera inspired the 1992 film Topsy Turvy? Now the next one, I have to confess, the wording of this question, and I did have an answer in mind, but I've accepted another one. Which opera, or both, indeed, the couple of teachers did provide both answers. Which opera's Act 2 finale is the only one not to praise music from early in the opera? Utopia. Utopia. I was imagining Utopia, but of course Ida is in 3 acts, therefore it's Act 2 finale is not, because Act 3 one does. The next one sort of has 2 answers as well. Which opera's Act 2 finale reprises the music of its first musical number? But Gondoliers, if we accept the idea of the first long musical number, indeed. Which opera's first performance of the Bijou Theatre painting? Pirates. Which opera opens with a single character on the stage as opposed to a chorus? Yes. Which was the first opera to be performed at the Savoy Theatre? Patience, yes. Which was the first opera to premiere at the Savoy Theatre? This was called the Confusion, to which opera's overture did started as an extended coda? No, it's Gondoliers. Indeed, it was the Gondoliers table. It's a chuka. Which opera mentions telephone? Pinafore, yes. Which opera opened on Boxing Day? It's Festus, yes, everyone. Now, I think only one team got the following one right. Which opera opened on my birthday?
We'll keep it on the table.
Only theirs. It's a good answer, actually, was on point. But the answer's Ruddigore. It was that table that got right. Which opera was substantially revised in 1884? Sorry, yes. Okay, round. I'm really very sorry for you all, but it's an unjust world and virtuous triumph only in theatrical performance. It's the Mikado in the Mikado, yes. But before proceeding to a more serious topic, can you tell me, sir, why Brooke Cook's brain can is like an overwound clock? Jack Boynton Yeoman, yes. I know that he is a truly great and good man, for he told me so himself, but to me he seems tedious, fretful, and dictatorial. It's Josephine talking about Sir Joseph in HMS Pinafore. Now, potential one of the creepiest lines in the entire canon, but I have an ideal, a semi-transparent being filled with an inorganic pink jelly, and I've never yet seen the woman who approaches within immeasurable distance of it. All are opaque. Scapio? It is Scapio. Unfortunately, the team went for Fantas. It is Utopia, it is Scapio. I'm not going to read out all the next one, but the Tuck It Is Tuppeny line is, of course, Mark. And Donald Lambert and the Gondoliers. The next one, a lot of people said Ludwig, it is about Lisa in Grand Duke. I should mention that I'm a member of the Army and Navy stores. Oh, so not this afternoon, of course, but yeah. I see no objection to stoutness and moderation. The next one, as you might have got, is written in verse, as a little clue to the opera. You dog, you'll find though I wear women's garb, my sword is long and sharp. It's hilarious, yes. Not Cyril, as it was crossed out hilarious. Exactly, you said often, frequently, or often, frequently, only once. It's a general pirates. The next one, yes, how are you to get butter, milk and eggs up here? No pigs, no poultry, no post, and why I should go mad. It is Thessalus, but it's niceness. Caroline hasn't started learning her lines. Pass the box, I think.
Roderick.
It's a Roderick in Rugby, yes. I accepted half point for Ghost. The Cobwebby Grey Velvet line is Lady Jane in Patience. And I gave 2 points, of course, for Trial by Jury, There's No Dialogue. Match the subtitle, we did very well on this. Slave of Duty. Cloud Progress. Utopia. Yes, well, as Linda suggested, it should be Bahrain. Everyone did really well. Okay, identify the character. Hercules. Sorcerer. Katasha. Stefan. Cat. I like that some cats, I've already presented that. Bruce David. Lady Psyche. Sir Richard Chumley. Yeoman, yes, it's Lieutenant. The Associate. The only part ever played by Gilbert is Trial by Jury. It's a silent role in Trial by Jury. The Solicitor. Bob Beckett. It's the bosun's mate in Pinafore. Eden. Sparkin. Mr. Blushington, that great role. The Baroness von Krakenfeld. And the misspelled Tom Lambert del Gilbert or Sullivan, the first set were, of course, Gilbert, and the second set were Sullivan. Then the image of the headsman is a silent role. Mad Margaret is the Duchess. Alto. Coco is alto. Arak is bass. Frederick. Josephine. And Dr. Daly, baritone. The other two of those with good eyesight, you could actually read the name of the character. And then the other ones, of course, we don't know really, because the other ones don't have definite answers. I received a mixture of stories, which I won't for time read out what they were, but I received ones about the Ryder Cup. There was one about society and politics, which was very amusing. There was one about Scottish independence that I enjoyed as well. That sounds brilliant. And then there were exceptions. I wonder which table came up with that one. But finally, I will reveal the scores. In last place, although the drawings are all tiny, they will be displayed at a later point. With a very respectable 54, it goes to the Mikado. Closely followed with 57 by Pirates. Then 74.5 we have Yeoman. With 75.5 we have Rotterdam. With 80 we have Patience. With 88 we have Pinnacle. Now, it's very close. There was a 90 and a 94. Sorry to make the second team not feel as good then. Because it is indeed your team that got 90, and 94 goes to Rotterdam. Thank you, everyone. I hope I have friends by the end of this evening.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I did not know this attention, for the raffle table is that. Get your tickets out. So your last chance to purchase a ticket. Anyone? No. Okay. So what the price and what my money be donated very kindly in my hearing, please keep the right time. So Alex is going to wander around the room and get different people to draw from the bag, and I will announce. Oh no, and you will announce, and then I have to come over here and get your prize from me. Okay, so Rory, you can still kind of draw first one.
You want to announce the prize first?
No. Oh, yeah. Okay, yeah, I'll announce the prizes. So the first prize is a rather wonderful CD. As Kermit the Frog always says,
wherever you find love, it feels like Christmas, and there's been a lot of love here tonight. And the other guys after Pelly Fruit have donated a Christmas album, fully signed. These cost £25 new. And this one is new. So, and the winner is...
White 221.
White 221. The next one we have is a CD of the wonderful DVD of the wonderful 600th anniversary finale concert, which featured a wonderful movement by Sally Stevens, which was then subsequently cut from the DVD. But there are wonderful things in it as well. We've got, yeah. The chapel choir sings something, so very nice. And the winner is...
Blue 199.
Next we have a chapel choir CD. Now this one, actually I'm not on this one. And the winner is...
Yellow 114.
Yellow.
Okay, this one is a meal for two at Mexico. To the value of £50. Mexico is a new Mexican restaurant that is KFC's. Frequented regularly by Alex and Peter, who live next to it. So this is a great voucher, £15. It's a nice romantic date. So let's have the winning number.
Blue 327.
Blue 327. Next, we have, this one. We have a bug. The bug is trapped in some sort of spiral. You can see it all over, and it would look beautiful on your mantelpiece. And this is donated by the Curiosity Shop. And the winning number.
Blue 113.
Okay. Here we have a nice gallery. This was donated by Rebecca. Rebecca gets many gifts because she's a wonderful producer and storage master and user director, but she doesn't drink red. So she's donated us a lot of red wine. So the winner of this one.
It's which way?
98 and it's blue.
Oh my god, it's me!
The good walk is telling you something. Blue again, it's 59.
It's on me.
Blue 59. Next up, we have a game birdie set of 4 napkins, and they actually look very nice. We've got a pheasant, something that looks a bit like a wood pigeon. I'm not sure what the other ones are, but it looks very nice. You could use them as tea towels, actually. Tea towels, napkins. But the winning number is coming shortly.
Yellow 72.
Now, we have this. It's a sugar bowl. I think it's glass. So this was donated by Rummage, which is a kind of antique shop. It doesn't seem to have much age to it. Mass produced, I think. Oh, this is very vintage. I don't know if it opens or not. I don't want to try it open in case I break it. Oh, it does apparently. You could keep sweets in here. Pepsi or something. I'm just waiting for the number to go. I'm waiting for you.
So, 215 is a white one.
It's you.
He's just wrong. You're just wrong. You're just wrong. You're just wrong, Rory. It's green. It's 157. It's white. 270. Maybe just decided Rory.
I should say that you can ignore green fully. I mean, you are allowed to win more than one prize.
Yes.
Oh, now you won it. Blue 210. Blue 210. Congratulations. You can start drawing it. So we've got here it's an Easter egg, it's a mini Easter egg, with a mug. With a mug, donated by Gorgeous.
Who's that?
Gorgeous coffee.
99. Blue 99. You can in the can if you would like. You got mug as well.
That was great. I'll find some friends.
Okay. Next we have a service voucher to the value of £25 for your bicycle at Sport Cycling. Very kind.
232 white.
White 232. Rather charming Art Deco goblet. It's got a nice space actually, so you can have like your face engraved on it. And the winning number is
157 blue.
Oh, that's great. It's arts and crafts. Okay, now pretty things. Here we have a scarf from Pretty Things. I imagine it's a pretty scarf.
Yellow 58.
Yellow 58? You put a scarf! Next up, we have a book. Which is by Dr. Ian Bradford. Yes, this is wonderful. I would like this. Wonderful. It's called Water Music, music making in the spas of Europe and North America. I'm sure Dr. Bradford would sign it for you.
It is signed.
Oh, it is signed. It's already done, it's already signed. And the winning number is You were allowed to draw your own number. Yes. Oh, right. No, Rory, if you draw your own number, you don't need to put it back. Congratulations. Okay. Next up, we have a very nice lot from St. Andrew's Brewing Company. We have three beers. St. Andrew's Brewing Company have just opened on South Street, for those who don't know. It's very nice. They do good flights of beer and everything. So we've got the Pale Ale, the 5 which is my favourite, and oatmeal Pale Ale. So
they just sold out of that.
They've just sold out of that. So this is like gold dust.
And it's blue wine one.
Okay. This is from Forgans, who've given us, it's valid until the end of July, and it's a bottle of house wine when you dine with us. Which is very nice of them. Partly yours.
Light on 12.
Congratulations. Enjoy your dinner. I'm not sure which cheese shop this is.
Mellis.
So I know it's Mellis, but I don't know where that is. So what actually on next to chocolate shop. It's very good. It's £10 voucher, I believe. £10 on cheese. Spot made. And the winner is cheese and wine. Okay, next up we have 2 tickets to the cinema at St. Andrews. Valid within 1 month, so there's some good films coming out, I think. £5 grand.
No.
And it's green 313.
Yes! You need to be nice to Maria if you want her to take you to her. We have now another DVD of the finale concert. Members of entertainment.
Green 135. Oh, it doesn't know.
Okay. Oh, we've got another other guy's CD. Do you want to draw this one? Should we draw this one or should I draw it? Right, 253.
This was won by the first year rep next year. So, well done them.
That's kind of falling off on someone else, so I'll give it to you for safety. It's signed by all the other guys. Okay, we have another bottle of wine. This is a very nice bottle of wine, and there's a story behind this bottle of wine. Because me and Alex did a production of, well, not me and Alex, me and Alex produced a scheme in the production of You've not drunk enough, you corrected me there. So we did a production of Ireland, and it was Alex's very last show. And we wanted to put in Fold Your Flapping Wings, which is one of the cut songs. But we couldn't let the director, Dara, know about it. So we organised with Lubians. We went in and we said, we reserved a bottle of wine, can you reserve a bottle of wine? And then when the director comes to pick it up, this was to give us time for the orchestra to rehearse. Can you just not find it in the back? And then the guy at Lubians was like, oh yeah, sure, we can go along with that. And he apparently pretended that the till malfunctioned and everything. So we rehearsed it with the orchestra during that break while Dara was out, and then during the show it got to that point, and suddenly Fold Your Flapping Wing comes on, And Darren had absolutely no idea what was going on. And this was the very bottle of wine that was got from Lubian's that day. It's El Mago, and it's got a nice picture of a fairy on it. And the winner of this bottle is
2160.
Oh, wait.
No.
Surely
not.
No. Blue 160.
Wait, oh yeah.
Yeah, it is. And you've got the bottle to bring with it. Maybe we'll give you a nice rendition of Flapping Wings. No. Now we have Winemaker's Reserve Smooth Chardonnay. It's a good old Blossom Hill standard. From Aikman's. Aikman's. Sorry, I assumed it was from the... Sorry?
Blue 325. White 251.
Is that why you one?
Yes.
Also won by the first year rep. That's a wonderful evening. White wine. Are we getting into the first year? Yes. I think the origins. You get elected, you would have won the white and another guy. It's going to be fierce competition next year.
That's not fair.
Next up, we have a very kindly donated by our own Dr. Daly. It is a £50 voucher for the Adamson restaurant.
Blue 131. Oh, it's me!
And last, but by no means least, we have the cuddly toy. This is called chocolate, and it says in a rich aroma of steaming mugs of cocoa, great warm cozy holiday I don't know. I can't tell the smells of chocolate. I don't think it does. Oh. No, it doesn't smell of chocolate. Very nice. Blue 279. Peter is very kindly offering an evening with sorry, Peter Sutton. He did want us to auction off an evening with Peter Sutton. Yeah, but unfortunately we don't have as much faith in him as he does. So instead of auctioning, I think what we're going to do is we're going to add it as a final item in the round. So Peter himself is going to draw. And this is the evening, I should say, the evening of entertainment. You have Peter's voice for a whole evening.
Otherwise, I'm destroying again. Yeah, choose wisely.
Might it's what? Oh, I don't insult it because it's been written in brackets. It's white 134.
Yes!
Your voice is like nothing else.
This is like a sort of wedding. That was great. Yes, you could propose to each other.
Yeah, I'm going to take a photo.
Oh yes, yes. This is wonderful. Yes, with the flag. With the flag, yes. Favorite flag. Yeah, that's good.
Thank you very much.
There's a bigger one.
The whole thing was big. I think we could really build this up. This time they should be here. I think we can build it Russell was there. So you're back now. Yes. Oh, right. Yes, yes. Yes, we expected it coming to this. Yes, no, that's very interesting. No, that's very exciting. And then you'll be back where are you living? Oh, right. Yes. Yes, no, that was nice. Your mother, that was great. Yeah. Yes, yes, no, yes. It's wonderful. Well, it'll be great to see you next year. I know it'll be great.
I was going to go to Blizzard and I had full broadcast. I need to do the bottom more. I intend to do for a lot more. That's the most risque.
I will blame you all, they say, but the elastic maiden
Excuse me.